words, we present them along with it. Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. And where there is sadness, let me sow joy. O divine Master, grant that I may not so much seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to love, to be loved as to love. For it is in giving that we receive, it is in pardoning that we are pardoned, it is in dying that we are born into eternal life.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all for joining us this evening. First up, approval of the agenda. We do have some additions this evening. First one will be under new business, letter Z. We have a grant proposal for the Great Fork Fire Department. Next, in executive session, we have two matters to add. One is an economic development briefing, letter B, and a legal briefing with fire service, letter C. Are there any other additions to the agenda? Hearing none, I'll accept the motion to approve as amended.
Push to approve as amended. Second.
Motion by Mr. Rankin, second by Mr. Carroll. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. 6-0. All right, next we got approval of minutes from our August 10th meeting. I think you all had a chance to review those. Do I have a motion for approval of minutes from August the 10th?
Mr. Chairman, motion to approve the minutes from August 10th.
Motion by Mr. Carroll, second by Mr. Young. Are there any additions or deletions to the minutes? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. 6-0. All right, next I'll call on Mr. John Lewis, President and CEO of Upstate Alliance. Good to see
You want me to run it from here, Mr. Chairman?
you. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, the remote work.
Oops, okay. Thank y'all. Okay. Mr. Chairman, members of council, thanks. Okay, yeah. Sure, sure. Mr. Chairman, members of council, thank you so much for the opportunity to present in front of you this evening. I'm John Lummis. I'm the President and CEO of the Upstate SC Alliance. And we are the regional economic development group for the upstate 10 counties of South Carolina. And our role is to market the upstate region to the world, to go out and find leads and prospects that we can bring back that would hopefully set up a business here. And then to work with the communities that are members of our group. We have 10 counties, 9 cities, work collaboratively with the private sector. We believe that the private sector should drive economic development in coordination and cooperation with the public sector. So again, we have 10 counties, about 190 private sector members of our group. And that's kind of how we operate. Our key constituency, though, are the counties and the cities and their economic development groups. John Coleman, who is here this evening, he is one of our local economic developers that we work very closely with. They have a great program at LCDC. Really enjoy working with him. He's also the chairman of our local developers committee, which is a grouping of all of the local economic developers in the region, and they elect a chairman from their group. So appreciate what John does. And then Chairman Patterson is also on our executive committee, which is our ruling board forgot to mention, John also serves on our executive committee as the local developer chair. So Lawrence County is well represented at the Upstate Alliance. So thank you all again for the opportunity. What I want to talk about tonight is a little bit about what went on in 2020, and I'm not going to rehash everything about the pandemic because everybody knows enough about that and people are tired of talking about that. But there was a lot of disruption economically that occurred during last year, starting in March. And the Upstate Alliance, we had to kind of look at what we could do to really not take advantage of the pandemic, but to do things during the pandemic that maybe our competitors weren't doing to gain an edge as we come out of it. But first of all, our numbers were decent for 2020 at about 1.25 billion in capital investment, 3,000 jobs, and 57 total announcements. This was less than most years over the last decade. 2019, we had 92 total announcements across the region. So we were down, but it's actually better than what we probably anticipated when, about March 15th rolled around. One of the things that we really worked hard on last year was redoing all our marketing materials. Believe it or not, we still give out print marketing materials, and that's very important, particularly when you're visiting with a company, either domestically or internationally. So we work really hard to refresh and update all of those in our target market sectors. As you'll notice on these, we're big on maps. And the reason why we're big on maps, not everybody that we talk with knows where the upstate of South Carolina, where Lawrence County is, where South Carolina is, where the East Coast is. So we're big on showing people where we are and showing them that we're in the center of the East Coast and in the middle of the fourth largest or fourth fastest growing economic region in the country. One of the things that we worked on a lot in 2020 was a digital campaign because we couldn't meet face to face with people. We were meeting with them by computer. So we took several of our target markets, which I'm going to talk about a little bit in a few minutes, but in food and beverage and then in engineered materials, we sent out information to companies that we had identified that may be interested in coming to our region. We also, as everyone in this room did, I'm sure, did a lot of Zoom. Each year, we generally have a group of site consultants that come to the upstate region in October. Well, last year we couldn't do that, obviously, so we did a virtual event, and we had 12 site consultants that participated in that, and it really worked out amazingly well. We had also done a video of our economic developers around the region that we showed, and we talked about all of our 10 counties, and it really worked out pretty well. We also had an international COI event, and a COI is a center of influence, where we had about 19 countries, their consul general offices that are part of their embassies in the U.S., most of those out of Atlanta. They participated. We'd like to stay in front of these. I think that went on. Is that still working? Yeah, now it does. No, it's gone. Okay, I'll do this one. We had about 19, we had 19 countries that participated in that. And that's very important to us as we're recruiting international business to be in front of those folks that are on the ground, that are probably the first ones that are finding out about different companies that want to come to the U.S. We did have a few events that we were able to do before March 15th of last year. We had a group from Ireland that came in. They brought about 20 representatives of companies from the Irish Manufacturing Research Group. And they were companies that were interested in doing business in the United States, doing business in South Carolina and the upstate. And hopefully they will look to move some business here over time. We also had an event with the Belgian and Netherlands consul generals, and also some companies from the region, from Belgium and the Netherlands, that came in, and we were able to host them. We had 33 either events that we were going to go outbound or have companies that were going to come here to the upstate last year. We got about 9 of those in before. Now, I'm just gonna have to talk loud now. How about that? No, I'm good.
Let's
I can
try
just talk
third.
really loud. Okay. Okay. About the third. All right. So we had 33 different events that we had set up. We got to do 9 of them before March 15th, and then so, dead in the water at that point, but starting back up in 2021. One of the things that we do a lot of is research for our private sector companies that are members and then the public sector groups. If you've ever heard John talk about a RFI, request for information, we help our counties put those together. So in 2020, we had a large increase in the number of research requests we did, particularly for our public sector folks, 61% increase, which was big. I think this is very important as well. What we try to do is market the upstate region to the world, and we are a marketing organization. Between December of 2018 and December of 2020, searches on the internet using different search engines for the term upstate South Carolina increased by 22%. And I think that's pretty big because when companies are looking at it, probably the first thing they do is go on Google or Yahoo or another search engine and put in that. So I think that we're making an impact in getting our message out to the world. So the biggest thing we tried to do during 2021, or excuse me, during 2020 was try to regain our economic health, which I think we're well on the way in doing that. Our economy's back running, and then adapt and stay ahead. And one of the ways that I think we did that was because our state of South Carolina, our South Carolina Department of Commerce, our governor, they allowed manufacturing to stay open. It was considered essential business. We didn't shut down commercial retail nearly to the extent that other states who are our competitors. And I think because of that, we're going to come out of this economic situation a lot better than a lot of our neighboring states and communities. So I wanted to talk about a few trends really quickly that we're going to focus on and continue to focus on. One of them is to continue to focus on our target market industries, the things that are here and that we've been successful in. So aerospace being one of those, automotive, it continues to be huge. It's huge here in Lawrence County, ZF and many others in that space. Engineered materials, when we say engineered materials, that's basically manufacturing, but it's companies that are doing the engineering on site and making things. Food manufacturing has become a lot more important since the pandemic hit, because food companies' supply chains were broken during COVID. You couldn't get chicken, you couldn't get all types of products. You go in the grocery store and the shelves are empty. That's because supply chains from the western part of the U.S., from international locations, they couldn't get products here. So a lot more of the food and beverage manufacturers are looking at East Coast locations, and we're a perfect spot in the upstate, because if you put a pin in a map in the middle of Lawrence, South Carolina, there are 110 million people that live within 1 hour's driving distance up here. With trucks getting food and beverage, that's very important. So we're seeing more companies looking here. And lastly, life sciences continues to be big. We've got a lot of medical device companies that are here, but we're getting more that are doing pharmaceutical related type businesses, PPE type businesses. I know we had one of those that announced not too long ago, Setter Sticks here in Orange County, and others in that area. Second thing that we're looking to do is really start embracing innovation. Technology plays such a big part in business now. Technology plays a huge part in manufacturing, which Lawrence County's economy is really driven by manufacturing. What we're seeing a lot of now is either companies that are looking here that are really high tech, that have employees that are really high tech, that need that training through Piedmont Technical College and other places. But also we're seeing manufacturing technology companies that are wanting to locate, smaller companies that are going to not hire as many people necessarily, but are going to pay a lot higher wages and are going to support the manufacturing that we have here. So we're going to continue to look at those type companies. We're also seeing smaller projects. Although this year has bucked that trend a little bit, we've seen a lot of larger projects. We're going to continue to see smaller projects and particularly international projects. And we call these landing pads. And landing pads would be an international company that wanted to enter the U.S. market, maybe create 2, 5, 10 jobs, and then grow. Particularly European companies want to be in the U.S. market to either do their manufacturing or work with U.S. companies. So we're seeing a lot of that. And areas like downtown Lawrence, downtown Clinton, and others are great places for those kind of smaller companies to locate. Also, over the years, economic development has been basically recruiting business. Over the last couple of years, we've gotten into trying to recruit talent. We started an initiative back in April of 2019 called Move Up. Move Up is a talent attraction initiative where we're trying to find people to move into the area that take a lot of the jobs that are available that are not being filled by people here in the upstate region. We started this when the unemployment rates were about 2% across the upstate back in 2019. Fast forward to 2020 in probably May, and our unemployment rate was 12 or 13%. We sort of shifted gears on that, and we started another initiative called Skill Up. We use the same website for Move Up that connects people who want to come and look for, want to go to the website, look for a job. They go to an Indeed web search engine, look for job categories, and then it will tell them what jobs were available in the upstate of South Carolina. What Skill Up does is unemployed, underemployed, or those that are just looking to move up in their lives, go on the website, put in jobs, and it takes them to the training opportunities at our technical colleges. So if someone in Lawrence wanted to look for a welding job, they would find out where those jobs were available, but also it would show them what training was needed through certificates through the technical college. And it would also give them how they could, maybe get funding for that, scholarships, things like that, get them connected. So we've been working on that since October of last year. We're marketing that to people throughout the upstate. We feel like that's going to really help our talent needs, because in in economic development, John Coleman will tell you this, the number one question that's always asked is talent and workforce, and we've got to be able to answer that. So hopefully Move Up and Skill Up will help with that. So as we are coming out of the pandemic, the biggest thing we've got to think about is how we maintain our stable business environment. We've got, South Carolina has great assets in all ways, but government business relationships, friendly business from the government side is so important to what we do. We showed that during the pandemic, and we're still doing that. Other things that put us ahead of our competition, we have the lowest unionization rate of any state in the country. Our utility rates remain really low and really competitive. I talked about our market advantage, where we're located on the East Coast with connectivity to 110 million people, to the port, to the interstate system. Our quality of life is incredible. And in the fact that we have about 545 international companies that are located here from 34 countries, that has really diversified our economy here. And I think that, by continuing to work with those folks, we'll continue to bolster our economy. South Carolina is ranked between the 4th and the 8th largest exporting state. We're a manufacturing exporting country, area of the country. And we're going to continue to do that to be successful. So glad to answer any questions. I hope I didn't take too long.
Are there any questions from the council?
I have one.
Yes, sir.
The numbers that you showed us at the beginning, the 1.25 billion investment, the 57 total announcements, that was for 2020, correct?
Right.
No,
Go ahead.
my question was, where are we right now in 2021? Are we on pace to get back where we were in 2019?
Glad that you asked that, because I forgot to talk about that. And I'm going to talk about that. So you set me up perfectly. Actually, we compared the numbers for 2021 with the numbers for 2019. For the first 6 months, we had seen one less project than 2019. 2019 is when we had 92 total. However, we've seen 3 times the capital investment already in the first 6 months in comparison to 2019, and twice the number of jobs created as compared to 2019 during that first 6-month period. So things are going well. I think our activity is higher or better than I've ever seen before.
Any other questions for council? No, I just want to thank you for coming, and I appreciate all that Upstate Alliance does. It allows small communities like ours to be extremely successful in this market. We have a great group out there at the Clark County Golf Corporation that work closely with you to make it come to fruition. So,
And y'all are positioned perfectly for growth in the future. Lawrence County is doing great and will continue to. So thank y'all. And thank y'all mostly for y'all's support of our organization. Really appreciate what y'all do for us. And let me know if I can ever help any of y'all with anything. Okay.
thanks. See you tomorrow.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Next up, old business. Any council members have any comments to present this evening? You're not the new business, I'll call on Andy Howard. The approval of airport work authorization.
Good evening, council. I'm here tonight to ask for the work authorization for the Lawrence County Airport Terminal. This is a capital sales tax project. This is for the design and planning stages of the project. And the amount is $255,000 or $255,013. I can answer any questions.
For the recommendation, Mr. Howard, are there any questions? Howard, on this request?
This funding is coming from our bonded monies for the capital projects.
Sandy, what form of motion do we need for this?
Just general approval to move forward with the execution of the agreement.
Can I get a motion?
Received the information from Mr. Hopkins regarding the airport and the project that we have on the capital sale project, and authorize that we start with the time and things that we can put before us this evening.
First motion by Ms. Anderson. Second by Mr. Carroll. Is there any further discussion on this particular project? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. 6-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, we start seeing things come to light on this capital sales, right?
Absolutely. Yes, sir. Moving forward.
Next, I will call on Dale Satterfield for a preliminary design for the registration elections and veteran affairs office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have with us this evening Brad Sanderson with Thomas and Hutton, who is going to present the first step in the voters registration bill.
So this is, just the Lawrence County, voter registration and veteran affairs renovations. This renovation is for the Winn-Dixie and the old Eckers, just here in town. I believe everybody's familiar with that building. Right now, we had talked with Dale about doing this project as a design build project. We would be the design build lead, along with Craig Golden and Davis would be the architect, structural engineers, and then Hogan would be the general contractor. We've actually been working on this project for probably several years, I think, with Sandy and Dale. And so we've walked the facility several times. We've taken a lot of pictures. And, we've got as much information about the old building that we can get in preparation for this concept design and cost estimating. So all that went into everything that we put together so far. So right now, the project scope's got 3 areas of focus. Green area is where the actual voter registration and Veterans Affairs office would be. The red area is the Winn-Dixie. And then when we talk about the blue, is talking about both of those combined, full facility. So for the green area, the plan there was we were going to do some demo, some slab repair. There are some visible cracks in the concrete, so we would go in and fix that. We'd obviously do the renovation. That would be part of that scope. And there's a concept floor plan that we have a little bit later in the presentation that we'll go over. For this, we would increase the heated space at the entry. We'd have controlled entry at the front and the rear. We have a new HVAC system. We would do some parking and landscaping renovations. We've got a site plan that will show you where we're planning to do that. We would install a fire sprinkler system. There's not one currently in the building, so we would add that. We'd actually include some wayfinding signage. That would be both on-site and off-site, just to direct people to the facility. Then we would have a controlled access gate that would be located at the rear. For the red area that you see there, about 41,000 square feet Winn-Dixie store. Right now, that area would just be prepared for a future upfit. There's nothing planned to go in there right now. I think in the past, we looked at doing some emergency, using that for some emergency access or emergency use in the past. But there right now, we would just be doing some demo and then some abatement. There's about 33,000 square feet of asbestos abatement that would have to be done in that building. And then we would upgrade HVAC just mainly for dehumidification processes. And then for the whole facility, the plan would be to do a full roof replacement. That is one item that we would probably investigate further. But that cost is included in the budget. We would have a full facade upgrade to a more modern design to make it look more like a county facility instead of a old grocery store. And we would do some structural roof upgrades to a risk category 4. And then we also have some stormwater upgrades included in that as well. Some water quality devices towards at the creek. And then just want to do some site work to make sure that we're conveying stormwater around the facility. So this is the site plan that we prepared, and I think you guys have a copy in your packet there. But the proposed upfits at the what we call Plan North is about 11,800 square feet. We would add some parking in the rear. There would be stairs and an ADA ramp. That would actually be the main access for the employees. They would enter from the back, from the rear of the property. We're proposing to have curb and gutter in the rear to control runoff. We would have a controlled access gate. But it would be coming off the third driveway going into the rear. We'd have a controlled access gate. And then we would do some selective parking lot demo and repaving, and then some landscaping in the area. And we've got John, do you want to come up and talk a little bit about the actual floor layout?
Hi, I'm John Hanson with Craig Dalton Davis. The floor plan, we tried to maximize any space that was occupied by employees or to the public. We tried to put it on the outer perimeter of the building so we could add windows so that it would create a healthy environment for anyone that worked there or anyone that visited there. Both the veterans and voters would share this common lobby, but that lobby is ample enough to handle any demand that would be needed there. Then from that lobby, there's access to absentee voting, to a classroom for instruction, and then all the offices are in towards the rear of the design. And then rendering wise, we conceptually looked at the building and tried to use the structure itself to and not do too many modifications to it, but obviously create a look that would be fitting for the county and to the public and to those that the offices that are there and the people visiting there. So this is a conceptual design of that, breaking up the facade into different pieces and parts, adding a lot of windows for those on the interior, and then keeping the materials that are facing the public nice, solid materials. And then as you get to the rear of the building, maybe go down to a stucco type of finish. But we provide a lot of variety in our design for that.
Here we get into development costs. You can see that total construction cost was about 4.5 million for that entire 53,000 square feet. So that includes the Veteran Affairs and voter registration outfit, the Winn-Dixie cleanup, and then also that exterior that you saw in the image. We've included a contingency, 10% construction contingency. We've got allowances in there of about 134,000. That's for furniture, equipment, and signage. And then soft costs, that's engineering, design, surveys, testing. That also includes the asbestos removal in that Winn-Dixie and in the VA voter registration outfit as well, and then permits and insurance. So then that grand total is about 5.7 million for that. If we want to split those up, go back. So that green area, that was about 2 million of the 4.9 or 4.5. The red area was about 340,000. And then for the full facility upgrade and the exterior was about 2 million for that area outlined in blue. And from a schedule standpoint, design, permitting, and construction documents will be about 5 months. And then construction will be about 8 months. So about a 13-month project. Any questions?
13 months for the full project or just the first phase?
So what we talked about here today, just the upfit and then the Winn-Dixie and then the
How long for the green phase?
green phase. Just the green phase? Get back with you on that.
You could expedite it. Yes, if we had to. Because that the exterior work can be done while people are in.
That's one question. Next one, can we, ask Dale to maybe what we call or reconsider this floor plan that you proposed earlier? There's nowhere near enough for Veteran Affairs in that plan.
Yeah, we didn't have a program, so we knew that we were guessing based on what we know that's in the courthouse. So that lobby is ample space to allow us to grow veterans, so it has enough space. So I'm pretty confident that we can adjust the plan to whatever's.
Yes, we have with us tonight Lynn West, voters registration, and her staff, and they've been looking at that full plan as well. But this is just an initial presentation of what it could be, but we realize there will be some adjustments made.
Are there any questions from those council members?
Just to reiterate, you're saying a green area of the project would cost $2 million total. Just agree.
we'll get you scared.
Any other questions? One, since we are on this, I'd like to recognize, I believe most of your boards here this evening, Liam. We appreciate all y'all do. I think y'all are running a special election right now, but y'all seem to work day in and day out on all these elections, and we appreciate all your hard work and of all your staff and of your board members. We value you greatly, all of us up here especially. So, thank you all. You'll work with them. Let's work on that floor plan a little bit, and then maybe come back with a precise timeline just for phase one, and maybe sharpen that pencil a little bit more, Brad. All right, I appreciate y'all coming tonight, and I appreciate all your hard work on this. I appreciate all the work you do for Lawrence County. All right, next we have preliminary design for the historic courthouse renovations.
Yes, sir. We have with us tonight, Mr. John Hanson. Craig Dalton Davis is here, and he is going to present the committee's work along with his work on the phase 2 of the historic courthouse, and also talk about what phase 3 would entail and look like. So we're excited about this project, and we're excited to have him here tonight.
Really happy to be here with you all. Before I start, I wanted to show you the work that has gone on up to now. So these are specifications for the project, 2 volumes. This is design development, not construction documents. So we're already at this level of detail in the project to understand what will be required to restore the courthouse and to upfit it for future use. And this represents a set of drawings. So it's a big set of drawings. A lot of work has been put into the project up to now, and a lot of care from all the professionals that are working on it. Of course, the committee we've been working with closely. It's been a great collaborative effort. So I do want to show you that. Dale, let me give you. Did you get the letter that I sent Dale? I think you all should have that in your packet. So I did bring a copy in case you didn't have it. First of all, I just want to say how honored I am to work on this project. I remember visiting the courthouse 20 years ago as a young architect and falling in love with this courthouse. And you know, now that I'm working on the project, learning about its history and what it means to this county and to the state of South Carolina, it's quite a significant building. And again, it's a true honor to work on it. And as we've worked on the project, obviously we know that any decision that we as designers, as architects are giving you to decide upon are important decisions. This courthouse will be here hundreds of years after my body gets put to rest. And so we take it seriously what we're working on. And we know it's a serious thing for you all because you're making decisions for your great grandchildren and so on for generations to come to preserve this important part of Lawrence County's history. And so first of all, I'm just going to walk through phase 2 and give you a brief summary of our work and our findings on the project. Obviously, this recounts the history of the building and the importance of it to the county. The building was built in 1838. It had significant renovations done to it and additions in 1858, 1911, and 1972. Probably the most significant in terms of the architecture, the change that occurred in its history was in 1911 to a Greek revival style of architecture. And that's what we see today. Significant changes were made to the exterior, to the structure at the time. And so as we investigated the building, we believe this is the most important period of history for the building in terms of restoring it back to. In 1972, a lot of things were done that were detrimental to the building on the outside as well as on the inside. Most of the design on the inside, the historic details were removed. You can find some up in the attic, but there's very little to be found below the attic. On the outside, of course, storefront was put in place instead of the historic windows, the doors were replaced with storefront. Just a lot of things that you really wouldn't do to a historic building to keep it, to preserve it, to maintain its integrity in terms of what it represents in history and to the county and public. And so our task has been to investigate what to do to restore the building and do critical repairs to it. So any degrading of the structure is stopped. And obviously phase one, the dome addition, renovation was a critical part. And now we're in phase two, which is the rest of the exterior work. And so priorities to the exterior, first of all, to remove the 1972 additions, which detract from its historical appearance. Really violate the National Parks guidelines for historic structures. Any addition to a historic structure should be recessed, not prevalent on the facade, to allow the historic building to stand and be seen by those visiting it, and that history not being interfered by any modern addition. Second priority was to restore the facade. The stucco has a lot of failures across all the elevations. Some pieces and parts of cornices and other details in the building have either rotted or have fallen off that need to be repaired. So that's a priority to restore the entire facade so water doesn't intrude on it, and so that we have a nice sealed building to keep the interior protected. Other priorities included restoring the windows and doors to the appearance that they had back in 1911, to re-roofing the building to be more historical. The building was historically had a copper roof, and that had been removed. And so a critical piece of this is to restore that. The stairs have a lot of challenges that need to be repaired. The railings on the stairs as well. So these are all priorities to the exterior work. This list here kind of breaks down those priorities into a base bid project and then alternates to enhance pieces and parts. This allows some controllability with costs. So you can pick and choose as a county council which ones you want to pursue, which ones you don't at this time. Some of these, what we call alternates, are designed to, it could be done now or delayed to a later time and not be detrimental to the work. But everything that we thought was critical is in the base bid of the project. And then the alternates are obviously things that are important to the overall goals of the project, but could be delayed if financially there were issues that need to be solved. So this diagram kind of outlines the different pieces and parts that make up those alternates, just so that you can understand them. The orange, what you see in orange is the building footprint, and that's at the roof level. So you're seeing a kind of a view from the sky of the roof itself. The purple areas are the historic stairs on the north and south side that require repair. That's part of alternate number 6. What you see in green, the darker green, are new mechanical fenced areas. Right now, your transformer, your mechanical equipment is exposed on the south side of the building. That means anyone can get in there and cause damage to it. It's also very visible to the public. So those screen walls are designed to screen that and beautify the appearance of the courthouse. The light green element on the right side or east side of the building, that's a ramp to make that side of the building accessible. Right now, it's not accessible. So that's improving that area of the building. What you see in dash light blue is a storm line that connects the roof drainage from the building to the local stormwater system. Right now, it bubbles up on the property. And the problem with that is that water can build up around the building and work its way back into the building. So we want to get the water away from the building. So that's an important alternate to connect that to the storm system. That's alternate number 3. I think those are the main things shown on this diagram for the site. Moving forward, this is a perspective of the building that I've used just to kind of outline the different pieces and parts. Again, the purples, the restored stairs. What you see in red is restoring the historic doors back to its original design. The yellow areas are new connectors. They're replacing the 1972 additions. They're recessed back, following the guidelines of the National Park Service, and providing an appearance that is friendly to the building, but also respectful to its history by not being an exact replica, which is also an important principle of the National Park Service's guidelines. The green area is the fenced area to protect the public from getting into where mechanical equipment and transformers and disconnects are. And then you can see the roof in orange at the top. And these are all different pieces and parts that we're calling out as alternates. This is just a front elevation kind of showing the same thing. Blue areas that you see here are restoring the windows. Again, right now you have storefront. That's a modern material. It doesn't have any place on a historic building. So calling out that should be removed. This is an elevation of the east side of the building, but the east and west side are mirrors of each other. So the same thing applies. The only difference between this and the other side is that this side would have the ramp. This is the east side. So that light green element that you see is the ramp that gets you up to the entrance. And this is a roof plan showing where copper would be added to the roof, replacing the existing roofing material. The yellow areas are the new connectors that connect the wings to the main courthouse building. And then the pink areas are restoring a parapet that was taken down in 1972. And then finally, this plan kind of outlines the addition of the elevator, how it would impact the interior. We think we can add the elevator and still keep the building in use while the work is being done. It's pretty isolated to the southwest wing. It would impact the veterans area right now, but with some reshuffling in the building, we might be able to move the veterans to another part of the courthouse while that work is being done, or delayed in construction, so it's done at a time when the veterans can move out of this building into the new building. I think the other thing to point out here is just how it works in terms of how people flow through the building. As you can see, it pretty much works as it does now. The elevator is kind of remote on this level. It would be down this corridor to my right, but it's accessible and would allow anyone to take it to this level and come down this corridor and enter the council chamber. So this is this document outlines the base bid costs and the alternates, and it's so small I can't read it, but it's roughly $2.5 million. Let me get my presentation out. Let's see. So it's roughly $2.5 million for the base bid. Again, that includes all the envelope work to restore the stucco, the historic details around the perimeter of the building, re-roofing the building with copper, and the flat areas would have a single ply membrane, which is a modern material but appropriate for historic buildings. It's not visible, so that makes it it's not violating any historic precedents. Moving through the alternates, changing the copper roof to a metal roof that has a finish that is in keeping with the historic structure, that would save $46,000. I will say that we don't recommend that at all. I think that's not appropriate for this building. We think, especially since the dome was made out of copper, we think copper is a more reliable material over the long run, and that it will provide a better appearance for this building and make the historic statement that the county is wishing to achieve with the project. Alternate number 2 is adding a historic parapet at the east and west wing. That was the pink element that I showed you earlier. Right there. We believe that because it was taken down in 1972, that that it would be appropriate for us not to restore that. And our design team has debated this, where we think that keeping the roof in the same profile that it is now at that location is more beneficial to the county in the long run. The roof would be copper there, so it'd be attractive. It would be easy to maintain, and it would be in keeping with the rest of the building. So architecturally, we believe that that could be removed as it has scope from the project, and instead be copper. Alternate number 3, we do recommend that would be connecting the roof drains to the city stormwater system. We think that's a priority. Replacing the historic windows is obviously a priority, and the doors so that they appear historic as well. That's alternate number 5. You can all see the price, so I don't need to repeat that. Alternate number 6, which is restoring the stairs and railings. We do believe that that could be an alternate for this project, for this phase of the project. And if financially the bids are not where you need them to be, that could be delayed to phase 3. The reason why we say that with confidence is because we do have scope in the project to at least weatherproof those stairs and give them a finish that would last between 5 and 10 years. So the base bid would cover those protective measures if that alternate cannot be taken. Alternate number 7 is adding the elevator into the building. We do recommend that based on the what the voters voted for. Alternates 8 through 12 all could be delayed in phase 3. These alternates focus in on providing needed infrastructure for phase 3 to work. That includes mechanical utility connections. It includes the ramp on the east side. It includes the gated, the fenced area around the mechanical units. We think that could be delayed as well until that latter phase is done. So again, I guess moving forward with the presentation, if you take those out and they're highlighted in gray and you cross out alternates number 1 and 2, the base bid for phase 1 would be $3.8 million. If you needed some room in terms of your budget, we could make alternate number 6 an alternate, and that would drop your base bid estimate at a little bit over 3.5 million, and give you some room for decision making if you had to make it. We do think this is the ideal scope for this phase. And let me just show you how that impacts based on what we've already shown you plan-wise. The areas highlighted in green would not be in this project, this phase of the project. And there's some miscellaneous doors that get you into mechanical areas that also would not be in this project. That's shown there. But everything else remains intact. So any questions about phase 2 before I jump to phase 3?
Why are you putting the wheelchair ramp on the east side of the building when the elevator is on the west side of the building?
On the west side, it's accessible. They're not steps on the west side. So east side has
Different elevation.
so the west side's already has an ADA entrance.
Okay.
We're trying to make the east side the ADA as well. Any other questions?
How much was this project, like in the capital sales tax referendum? How much was,
3.55.
okay, I got it. That's fine, okay.
And we've received $500,000 from the state, I believe, for this project.
That's correct. We do have $500,000 from the state.
Any other questions from on the phase 3? Phase 3 is designed to upgrade the interior back to its historic, to restore the interior to the historic features that would have been present in 1911. Unfortunately, and I say this with deep regret, we have not been able to obtain any pictures of the interior of this courthouse. I've been to the library, I've sought sources at the state, and no one has a picture of the interior. So we have designed the precedents we have taken in our design approach is looking at buildings from a similar era and a similar type. So courthouses built in the early 1900 period and in the Greek Revival style. And so the images that we're going to show you today kind of reflect that style of architecture. So obviously the priorities of this phase would be to restore the interior to that original glory, to demo any previous addition to the building that's not in keeping with that historic footprint that the building had. And there's a lot of bits and parts that are included in that. In fact, this room right here is not the original shape of the courtroom, the original courtroom. Part of it was carved out. So we restored the courtroom shape back to its original with the renovation. It's obviously going to address the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems of the building. They are old, they need to be replaced. And so the scope includes that. It also includes taking the understory of the building, which is downstairs, and making that into an exhibit area that could be used for a multitude of functions that the county has or the community has. And also using that opportunity to expose the history. And so I have some slides that show that. I'll also say too, to add a fire protection system and fire alarm system, there is not a full a fire alarm system that is already in the building, but not one that it would be, the one that we would add would be enhanced. And then fire protection system is obviously needed to protect the building fire. So this diagram kind of shows the extent of the demolition. As you can see, many of the walls in the building will be taken down. Again, they are not, they violated the historic shaping of the building. A lot of them are architecturally not in keeping with the architecture of the building. So this diagram is showing where we are taking walls down. The walls that remain are mainly bearing walls that hold the building together. The elevator is shown in the red box, and you can see the recessed additions that we're doing during phase 2 as well on this diagram. This shows a ground level floor plan in its new with the new spaces. It adds a large exhibit hall in the center of the building that's directly underneath us. And a big point of positioning that there is to reveal the historic structure that is in this portion of the building, which is the oldest part of the building. So that dates back to 1838. So opening up that space downstairs will allow the public to see that the design and labor of that structure from 1838. The visitor center on the northeast side, that encompasses the 1858 edition as well as the 1911 edition. And so again, like the exhibit hall in the center, that part of the building would expose the original structure so the public can see the different construction methods that were used to build the building. And it'll be very, very interesting. A lot of buildings on the coast, as well as other parts of the state, are using that strategy so the public can see the artistry that was available in those days to build buildings. There's an office area on the southeast side of the building that supports the building. The mechanical room would primarily be on the south side, close to where all the equipment is today. Modern requirements for air delivery systems has significantly changed since this building was built, and more space is needed to be able to meet the requirements today for air systems versus what's in the building now. On the southwest side is the catering area. This supports both this level and the level above. And then what you see in yellow is really circulation throughout the building. And then we're going to show you some images of what those lobby areas look like in a moment. To the north are restrooms that can be used by both the building, by the users of the building, as well as the public in the square. And we've designed the doors in the building so that they can be locked off. So the building's always secure. You can essentially lock off areas you don't want the public to get into and open up, so that will allow you to open up the restrooms when you want, but close off everything else. The same thing could be applied to any function going on. You could isolate the exhibit hall or the visitor center or other areas of the building and not allow, once you open your doors, once you close off those particular partitions, keep people from walking in the areas you don't want them to enter into. This is just a ceiling plan that shows you that we're exposing the structure in the center of the building, as well as at the visitor center. Other areas are very more conventional, where we could be conventional. We did design it to be that way. On the upper floor, this again restores this room to the original shape and size of the courthouse chamber. We're restoring the north and south lobbies to their original size and shape. For the most part, the north lobby is a little smaller to facilitate some mechanical needs, but the south lobby would be about the same size as the original structure. On the west, in the west area, there's the new elevator that's part of phase 2 is there. Also a stair that gets you from the ground level to this level is also located near that elevator. So this becomes the accessible entrance into the building from the street. There's a smaller catering room at this level just to support anything that's needed at this level. It doesn't have all the equipment that's downstairs, but enough that would help with any function here. And then the restrooms are also on the west wing. On the east side, we have 2 meeting rooms for different types of events, and I'll show you some images of how they might be able to be used. There's some restrooms there as well, and some dressing areas for any type of production that might occur in a courthouse. This is a ceiling plan showing the courtroom. The yellow areas again are lobbies or foyers to get you around the building. See the ceilings in the support areas. So this is the image of the courtroom itself. Traditionally, back at this period of time, most historic buildings had a wood wainscoting along the perimeter, similar to what's in this room right now, but with a little bit more architecture to it. And then from there to the ceiling, there would be a lot of framing and trim work, pilasters, sconces to light up the wall surfaces. Back in the day, the light fixtures were not as good as they are now, so they had a lot more light fixtures along the perimeter room as well as the center of the room. We believe this building did have a skylight at some point, and so the design has an alternate to add the skylight back in the center of the room. And the octagon shape that you see actually exists up in the attic. So if you go up in the attic, you'll see that. The ceiling of this design that's shown here in this rendering is about 5 feet taller than the existing ceiling that's in this room. So it's much taller. So use-wise, we see it being used obviously for county council meetings, for other county administrative meetings. It could be used for business meetings, chamber meetings. Small performances could be done here. That includes a small quartet, a small band, a small stage performance. This room could be used for community expos or business expos. It also could be used for luncheon meetings and other things. So a host of things that this room could be used for. And we've been successful with other municipal projects, making a room that's typically used for county council we've been able to make that into a flexible space, so it can be used for a multitude of things. This is an image of the lobby. We're showing tile floor and marble wainscoting. This would be typical of the day in this area of the country. York County Courthouse was built around the same time as this building, and all these finishes exist in that building. This is an image of the west foyer, which is directly behind me. This shows the stair. You're looking down the corridor where the elevator would be. There's a small sitting area to your right. So this allows a lot more space for people to gather on the outside of the room and enter the room for different purposes. This is an image of the lower lobby at the ground floor at the west entrance. So you can see how that stair drops, the elevator is beyond where the two people are waiting, and then the exit is to the right. This is looking the other direction from the elevator back at the stair. The meeting rooms, we see those as being flexible as well. They could be used for board meetings. They could for county council meetings. It could be used as a lounge for any time you do a production. Sometimes performers require a lounge area for them to prepare themselves before coming into and performing. So that's a requirement that they typically have. So it could be designed to have flexible furniture that could be brought in for those occasions. And then it could be used for as a classroom for business meetings. The bathrooms would be designed with historic finishes, both at this level as well as downstairs. The downstairs bathroom we would want to design that to be foolproof, so the general public couldn't damage it significantly. So we would design it with appropriate finishes that would handle any type of abuse from the public. These are some examples of historic structures that have been opened up and exposed so the public can see how they were built. And this is just an inspiring image of what you could expect in the exhibit hall downstairs in the visitor center. This diagram kind of shows how that might work. So all the areas in orange would be that exposed structure. The areas in green would be display walls. The red, the walls highlighted in red would be exposed brick. And this is just an example of some display. So this could be, you could display the history of Lawrence. You could display a lot of different things. The displays could be mobile, so you can move them out for any different functions that might be held here. So a lot of things that you can do with displays that would allow you to use the room in different ways. These are just inspirational images for the visitor center, a place where people could sit, learn about the history. It could be a gift shop. It could be a lot of different things. And then this I just kind of diagrams the mechanical rooms in the building, where they are. Right now, they're the basement on the south east side of the building. That we would still use that as a mechanical room. But like noted earlier, we would need a larger one underneath the south stair. And we would also need 2 platforms in the attic area for equipment that serves this level. And then finally, this outlines the cost of this phase. And we've provided some alternates as so you can see where some possible deducts could occur. But the total expense of this phase is $6.7 million, a little bit over that. If you take the add alternates that were part of phase 2 and you apply them to this phase 3, that would elevate the base cost to 7.2 million. And then if you, down below, you can see the different add and deduct alternates that we've added. It takes some of removes the skylight as a part of the scope, or adds it, excuse me. And then 14 through 17 takes the finishes that we've shown in our renderings and goes to a painted finish or changes tile to carpet and so on. Obviously, if those changes are made, we would still be very sensitive to keeping the building to its historic nature. And then finally, if both phases were done at the same time, we think that there would be as much as $800,000 in savings. Those savings would be realized with overhead profit, general conditions, and price escalations that are obviously going to occur between the two phases if they're separated. So I think that's everything I wanted to share with you all. I'm happy to answer any questions that you all have.
All right, thank you. Any council members have questions? I'd actually like to hear from Ms. Anderson and Mr. Rankin. I believe y'all both sat on the committee to kind of help formulate this plan along with other leaders in the community. I'd love to hear some feedback on some things that kind of brought y'all to this finished product.
We worked very hard on this, number one. And number two is that when we started on this project, we made sure that we had a goal in front of us. And that was the goal set by the capital sale project, with the amount of money that was given to us. And based on the amount of money that was given to us, we started with what was needed and what was wanted in the building. We took all those perspectives and worked at them continuously. I should mention to you, Mayor Stan, along with Chrissy Lattimore. I'm not sure, that's not her last name, now she's married, but I can't remember what it is, but I'm gonna go with Chrissy Lattimore, correct. Lou Rankin, Ms. Fields, and Mr. Winfrey. So we had active participation all the time in these drawings. We even have some people in here who came and participated and see what we were doing. And we appreciate those people adding input to what we were looking at. So the facility is brought to the council with all those particular things we saw that was needed, that was wanted, and try to put them in perspective. And you saw the list that John gave you as far as the alternates. So those alternates are the ones, how you need to move them about, and the description of other things are the things that we need and have to comply with. Also looking at the idea that this is a historical building and making sure that we comply with the National Register. So I know that it looks like it's a lot of money that has to be put out, but if we want to keep this building and make it back to what it used to be, this is the only way we can reach that destination. We solicit your input if you want to put any more in there, but we worked as hard as we could. Our last meeting was on last Friday. And to make sure that we presented the council something that they could live with and something that the whole county could work with. We appreciate Dale and the other members that I did not call, but we appreciate everybody's input. And we think we brought you a product that the council could back. It is full of quality, and that was one of our most concerned, the quality. Now you can take us back and tell them, no, we don't need that much, but we did bring you quality, and then we're gonna let you decide exactly what you would like to have.
I would just add that it was an honor to be on the committee, something as important as this. As you said, our grandchildren will one day be seeing the fruits of our labor. But I want to thank you guys for making the process so seamless and just easy, and doing the incredible in-depth detail with all the drawings, and really made this project come to life and what it will look like. So thank you guys for all your hard work on that.
Pleasure.
Yeah, council members? Well, thank you.
Councilman Sugar, he kept saying something about me, still, I'm sorry.
I'm out on draws.
Thank you for all your hard work. The bigness of the pamphlets tell us how much work.
It's a lot of work.
We thoroughly appreciate it. I think phase 2 is obviously been set by the ballot, so we can move forward on that. And I'll look forward to our new county administrator working with Public Works and building to bring us some funding options and some opportunity to phase 3.
So in terms of phase 2, when will we get notice on how to proceed with phase 2?
Y'all look for action this evening, Dale. What do you look for?
Certainly, we can move forward. I mean, the funding's there, at least for the base bid, the base work to be done. That funding is already in place through the capital project sales tax. So we could move forward with the base.
There were two options. The base was around 3.5, and there was around $500,000 in contingency or something.
That's right.
about forward. You said something about the state had given us $500,000.
Yes, sir. We were awarded $500,000 from the state, from the Historic Preservation Office in Columbia. But now his cost did not include the architectural and engineering. That was truly construction costs.
That's construction costs, so it doesn't include the engineering. Yeah. But some of that's already under agreement, so, but I don't know how you're outlining that in terms of the total budget, but you're right, we have a base project of 3.5 with the stairs adding about $350,000 to, that would be your alternate. So that's a safety valve. So if you put it out the bid and the bids are too high, you can pull that out. Or if the bids are really, really good, you add it in. And that's a significant alternate. So that's a strategy we always recommend to our clients, to have something like that, so that you have some room to make decisions. And really the phase 2 as proposed is doing some very critical work to the building. A lot of it's taking care of a lot of that damage on the outside of the building that really needs to be repaired, because the further it continues, the worse it's going to get. It just becomes more expensive to repair. So that was the main focus of phase 2.
So it sounds like the district's RFP, but we council approved for that.
Very good. Good to do that and kind of pull together what your total costs are, keep it with what the capital project funding is, what the state funding is, and the architect engineering cost.
All right, well, I will entertain a motion to allow administrator and allow employees to move forward with RFPs and bring us back a full proposal. I think it'd be wise to outline those, your base bid and then have the others as add-ons that we go back to the ones we desire. I will say, for me personally, that the elevator is not an option because that was on the.
That's correct. I think we'll agree with that. The elevator must be installed.
And that's why we showed that in what we're recommending. We were trying to isolate those costs so you could see them all and see where your options lie.
And I'll reiterate what I've said all along, in these unusual inflationary times that we're in with construction, cost of labor and materials. We think we're going to have to be creative in all of our projects to try to keep them within the budget.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
RFPs and the other work necessary to complete phase 2 of the courthouse renovations.
All right, you've heard a motion by Ms. Anderson.
Second.
Second by Mr. Carroll. Is there any discussion on the motion?
I'm going to make sure we're gonna be combined and looking at everything that we need to look at to try to make sure the alternatives are on there.
We're initializing and proving that we start on the project, but we're not, are we?
No, we're allowing Dale to go, or whomever, Billy, whomever puts them out, to go out and request bids, and then we base, and then they're going to have options, and if they bring it back to us, and we'll say, we want number 2, 5, and 7. Any other questions?
I would suggest that you add in the funding, primary funding, be whatever the maximum is. Got the budget thing.
We're not approving funding in the city, we're only allowing RFPs, they'll have to come back to us for approval. All right, any other questions? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of allowing the staff to solicit RFPs for phase 2 of the courthouse project, please raise your hand. 6-0. Thank you. Next, I'll call on Greg Lindley for a grant proposal for the Great Court Fire. That was a copy of the way on your desk. Y'all got that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The grant announcement tonight is for a assistance firefighters grant in the sum of $147,000. This is for the Gray Court Volunteer Fire Department. This is a competitive grant through FEMA. This is a big grant for the Lawrence County Fire Service. This is going to allow the replacement of all the air packs at Gray Court Fire Department with brand new air packs, all new cylinders, face masks. And we can't wait to get these bid out and on. And there will be a $7,000 match for the grant. I believe the federal match is $140,000. And in the past, I have asked council if they would fund the 5% match, which is going to be about it's going to be $7,000. So before we can proceed with the order, I would have to come back and ask council to authorize the $7,000 for the match. But I just wanted tonight to make y'all aware of the award in the amount of $147,000. So,
Is that award contingent on our match?
no, sir. No, I mean, there has to be a 5% match. The whole grant is $147,000. The federal match is $140,000. The department match is $7,000.
You need action this evening on the match for that, so we can receive other funds?
We've got to bid it out. That's at the council. I just was making the announcement tonight. But if y'all would like to proceed with the $7,000 match, that is perfectly fine.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we go ahead and approve the match funds for this $147,000 grant in the amount of $7,000 to allow the Great Court Area Fire Department to replace their air packs. Second.
All right, you've heard the motion by Mr. Carroll, second by Mr. Rankin. Is there any discussion?
Where's that money come
Fire general fund. Is that right, Greg?
Correct.
Are there any other questions? All right, here now I'll call for the vote, approve the grant match of $7,000 to be deducted from the fire general fund balance for the Great Court Area Fire Department. Ambulance. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. 6-0.
Thank you, Council.
All right, that is all we have on the agenda this evening. Next, we'll move into public comments. First up, we have Dr. Byron Brown.
I'm Dr. Byron Brown, and I've worked as a dentist 43 years in Lawrence. I've lived 78 years in Lawrence, and I'm interested And I was really delighted tonight to hear about the plans for the, from the Alliance and from Mr. Lewis and about the courthouse. And, there's really probably not too much need of me having the comments that I'm gonna make. But, to the architect, I really would think would help this courtroom is put a couple of chandeliers in it. That would be the most formal court, council room in the state, I think it is. And also about the progress the county's gonna make. What I was gonna talk about today is progress and economic growth for Lawrence. And Lawrence County, as they said, is the most desirable place to be in the state today. If you don't know it, we have 2 of the major superhighways in the state, and we have 3 of the major railroads. And we have all the counties around us and cities are making, we're located between them and they're making tremendous progress. And with all, and they only have 1 city in these major counties. And I'm real optimistic about the county, but when y'all get all this done, I probably won't be here, but I'm concerned because I've got 2 sons a year that probably will come back and one that practiced here for a number of years. But we've got 2 major problems that face Lawrence. And these are ancient, well, older things like our political leadership 30 or 35 years ago made some bad mistakes. And also, we have 2 cities in the county that fight like dogs and cats since I've been here. But yet, this is a desirable place. Lawrence, I'm glad to see that you're doing this to the courthouse because history draws people and people spend money. Lawrence has a history and that should be developed like Abigail's was. And Clinton has the orphanage and the college, which is a highly academic college. I've got all my education in Lawrence County, except my dental education, which was from Emory in Atlanta. The leadership, number 1 problem, leadership made 30 or 35 years ago. They gave from the Gray Court to the Greenville line, this tax district to Greenville County for God knows what reason. And also, number 2 problem was we lost our hospital. And this was given away by a CEO that was investigated for fraud, Medicaid fraud, and he and his company overcharged the county $2.6 million. And he was hired back and destroyed the hospital. The solution to the problem is the 2 cities need to work together because Clinton has a magnificent streets and college, and Lawrence has the history. And Abigail has made plenty of money off of history. And like I said, I'm delighted that we're doing that. And I think we need to work together. That's the solution to the main problem. And the other thing we need to do is to get the hospital back under Lawrence's control. Because hospitals are what one of the main things the industry looks to come to a town. And that is the solution, I think, to the county and to get the tax district back. The 3rd solution is the development board. I think we should get the development board to the members not stay in this county, but they should get out across the United States and advertise and advertise. If you remember Carol Campbell, he stayed a lot over in Europe and he got us, the BMW plant, which is spread into Lawrence County and produced many jobs. The next thing I think we should do is the county should continue to give industrial breaks to industry that comes here. But yet, try to go out and get the most, to draw industry of high quality and that will reduce many jobs to Lawrence County. And the next thing I'm glad to see is that we've got a water system and a sewer system started in Lawrence County, and that will bring industry and housing development in. And like I said, I maybe shouldn't say anything because these other gentlemen really impressed me about what they're doing to the courthouse. And as Abbeville, South Carolina did, we should, in Lawrence, press the history that we have here. And also the lay of the land and the quality of the people. And one reason industry is moving south is we don't have the labor unions. And also, I think Clinton already has the orphanage and the college, and they generate, we should support them as a county. And they generate, I think it is $26 million. I mean, the college does to Clinton. So I don't see any reason why Lawrence County is not progressing from the north to the south, to the east, to the west. And in another 10 or 15 years, I won't get to see it, but I think we're gonna be one of the major counties in the state of South Carolina. And I had kind of pessimistic ideas before I came. And with the leadership now we have, I think we'll do that. I've known Mrs. Anderson for 30 years, and I knew your family before you were even born. And I believe I've known you a long time too. So with the county council we have now, we ought to get on the ball, I tell you. Thank y'all for working so hard, and thank you, Mrs. Anderson. And I'm just relieved, because I really should have signed up to speak tonight. It makes me a lot more optimistic. That's just a few little thoughts I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All right, next we have Reverend Kennedy.
Hallelujah, man.
See, sir.
Brother Chairman, and to all the council people, my good friend, Brother Sandy, Brother Satterfield, and all of you. I want to say hallelujah up there. And I want to thank the council for giving me this opportunity. Of course, my tone won't be like everybody else's tone. I represent the kingdom of heaven. And I want to say I'm president of the Lawrence County branch of the NACP. And just for a note of interest, the NACP, according to Dr. Robert Brisbane of Morehouse College, he said, make no mistake, in a book called The Black Vanguard, the NACP was started by white people. That's a historical fact, and most people don't even know. It was created by these people, like Mayor Overton White, Garrison, and others, to assist Black people in becoming a real part of the United States of America. to improve the status of African Americans in the political, social, economic, and educational realm, and other minority groups. We stand for what is right. It was interesting sitting back there, listening to the courthouse engineers, architects. And one thing I thought about, we don't have the same memories that you all have about this courthouse. I can write you a real book in the name of Jesus about what happened to the black women right behind here, from solicitors, public defenders, and other lawyers that are locked off their feet. We remember the courthouse, we're talking about a historical building, but we remember the court fountains. And I wish one day, no Confederate monuments can make it to heaven. And even the leader, Robert Lee, made a statement in the newspaper. After this war is over, there should be no monuments and nothing to remind us of the horrors of what took place. It was a sin to talk about slavery and racism. Nobody could write about it. It's not surprising that Senator Mitch McConnell said, let us not teach about racism and slavery, but you want to celebrate the 4th of July. It was a black man by the name of Christopher Adams who fired the first shot that started the American Revolution. I'm here and I have a dream that this county should be the county to take the lead and become a model for the other counties, the state, and the nation. When you have power, and especially when you outnumber people of color, you have to understand what Sophocles said. Power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely. I'm asking the council tonight, we need to have an oversight committee that's very inclusive of representation from our communities. That's very important. We have citizens who deserve the same thing other citizens have. Access to new roads, up in their lives then. It's a shame and disgrace how those black people live up in there on those rugged roads. That's hard. We had one like that. You know who changed ours? The county council. Now we have better roads. Those children do not need to live in that kind of community. We need to do something about housing. I was in the Lawrence County Chamber of Commerce meeting one night, and Mayor Joe Riley was the guest speaker. And he told the council, if you're going to grow your city, your county, and he showed us beautiful pictures of homes that were not even fit for a rat to live in, but how they redid those homes. He said, you have to find monies because you cannot overlook the poor. And I saw this black lady talking on the hurdle talking, and she said, I was ashamed of my home. And then here come Mayor Riley. And now I'm proud of my home. I want to hear somebody say, a whole lot of people say, I'm proud of our chairman. Hallelujah there, Brother Patterson. He come from some real teaching because he had the teachings of Reverend Edmund Taylor. Teachings of his grandfather, who was my secret friend. Hallelujah, man. I walked in the field with him. We talked all the time. Alva McAllister. These folks who love Lawrence and wanted to see it better. I'm asking you, take a ride. Get out your comfort zone. Ride through the communities, even over in the Jersey community, the Washington Heights community. I want you to take a look at those roads. is something you can do to make life better. And I have a real good idea. Knock down that Confederate statue. They fought to maintain the raping, killing, lynching, burning of our children and our families and our churches. One report came out, over 500 churches were burned. They were trying to assassinate me right over there in the Ku Klux Klan Ricknick shop. Couldn't even get a police incident report, couldn't even do anything. They threw rats, broke my windows out when we had the church by the cemetery, throwing dead cats, rats, snakes in there. Couldn't get an incident report. And then October the 12th, 2014, our church burned down. The fire experts couldn't give me anything, but they gave me a theory. They said, we think something might have happened in one of the bathrooms, but we don't have any facts for you. But I do want to thank the Lawrence County Sheriff Department that night. And I want to thank also the Lawrence County Fire Department. We were torn down, but they came to assist us in a wonderful way. I'm asking you, please, think about how many people head these different departments on the county level. Walk into county buildings and see the problem of diversity. This rests in your hand. Our goal is to reach heaven. And there will be no politics played in heaven because God is not going to allow. Because Jesus Christ is going to mount up on that horse. He's coming back to strike down the nations. Hallelujah, man. I believe in the word. And I believe you can assist in helping making this place a number one dream. A number one dream for voter repression and suppression will be a thing of the past, but everybody will have the right to vote with freedom. It'll be a safe place because see, black people with COVID-19, we are very vulnerable due to the history of what happened to us when they brought us over here. Bad nutrition, bad clothing, bad weather, diabetes, heart attacks, sickle cell, and other diseases are not on us by accident. And one year, a few years ago, the VA, as I close, made it known, 40% of the doctors admitted, we don't even give the soldiers, black, the same treatment of the whites. I said, hallelujah, man. We have some issues here. The Lawrence County NACP, the New Beginning Missionary Baptist Church, and the ECHO Project. We're willing to work with you. We got to find a way to talk about what's hard to talk about. We got to move out of this oneness and understand God made all nations of men. I want this county to be number one. I come from a history of lynching, assassination attempt, church burning. But I don't hate. I love all of you. And I want all of you for Jesus Christ. I'm gonna give you an idea. Take down that statue, put a cross of Jesus Christ up there, 3 feet away, tomorrow 3 days, put that tomb, empty tomb out there, up from the grave he arose. This is my belief, this is my faith, and Brother Chairman, praise about your granddad, hallelujah, man. I praise about all of you. I fight when I have to fight. That's who I am. That's my calling from the kingdom. I stand in line with the prophets to speak when it's hard to speak, and willing to suffer, willing to die. I stand with my Savior. Let's do it, but let's do it together, and let's do it the right way. For the poor people in Watts Mills, Graycoat, and Hickory Town, Cross Hill, Mountville, Waterloo, when they can say, this is my county, our council love us, and we stand with them. Hallelujah, man, and thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Kennedy. It's a pleasure as always. All right, next we have Mr. Phillips.
Council Chair, Council. I see that Lawrence has a history named after Henry Lawrence, who was the largest slave trader in North America. And with that comes a lot of his sentiments as to how a people should be treated. I came to this council to discuss a problem about the disparate treatment of some of your employees. I personally delivered a letter to your county attorney. I guess I got my answer. I come from a community that sometimes no answer is the answer. The reason I say that the treatment is so disparaged is because I received a certified letter to clean up my property. If you travel the area, there's a road on the other side of Sunset Park Extension where trees have fallen from their property over to my property. In fact, one of the trees are still there as I speak. The property that's adjacent to my property has 2 dilapidated houses that don't even have roofs on them, were built back in 1940. The vegetation is excessive, but they want to come and penalize me. Again, your employees came with fire trucks and police cars, put my fire out, and said, I guess we made a mistake, because had I been in error again, I'm sure they would have charged me. But I came from an era where with some guys going to Myrtle Beach. One guy had a brand new car. He had come into some money, he was about 28 years old. They pulled us over, police, said, okay, where is it? What are you talking about? Who got drugs? Everybody out. Took the car seat, the back car seat out, everything out the trunk, and discovered they made a mistake, said, okay, well, you're free to go. So we had to repair the damage that was done by somebody else. The same thing in my case. They're asking me to repair the damage that was caused by your employees. I also am acutely aware of the antiquated adage that a black man has no rights for which a white man is bound to respect. And that's what's happened here with me. It's totally disrespectful. But I'm not going to worry with the mundane things of life. I stopped by to tell you and to warn you that America is under divine judgment. I can of myself do nothing. But it's not me you have to worry about. It's the God that backs me. And I'm not talking about your God. I'm talking about my God. The one that can destroy you in the twinkling of an eye. But he's so kind. He's so just. He's so righteous that he never destroys a people until he sends them a warning. Lawrence County, South Carolina, United States of America. You have been warned.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Pillar.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, the claim that Mr. Phil brought to my office was submitted the same day. So it is sitting in Columbia waiting judgment. Thank you.
All right, next one in council comments, Mr. Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had not planned on making any public comments tonight, but very stimulating conversation so far has led me to do otherwise. Folks, there has been a constant theme that's starting to really get on my nerves. And it's the narrative that America is not great. That America is systemically racist, that we're a bunch of horrible people. Like any country, America has had its issues, but like any other country, we're the only country to actually right the wrongs. There's been some comments tonight about the monuments that are out there that surround this courthouse. Monuments remind us of what happened. And as George Santayana said, those who forget their history are deemed to repeat it. Erasing history is not going to solve any problems in our society. And for anyone who would dare bring those monuments into question to be taken down, I warn you, it will never happen as long as I'm here, nor should it ever happen. I will not allow the doom and gloom narrative about how horrible America is to continue any longer. We live in the greatest country in the world, where there is more opportunity for the everyday average American, black and white, brown, yellow. There's more opportunity here than any place in the world. For those who continue this narrative, perhaps you would better be suited in a different part of the world where there is not any opportunity, where it's under communist rule. What we hear, we have it pretty good. It's called America. Land of the free, the home of the brave. There's never been more opportunity for Black Americans ever in the history of the world than right here in America. So I'm tired of it. Frankly, I'm sick of it. And every American should be proud to live here. Mr. Chairman, that's all I got tonight.
Mr. Colonel.
I'm gonna pass.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a phrase. On August 17th, I think last Tuesday, tornadoes come through Orange County in my district. It hammered me, it hammered a lot of people in my district. And fact is, when I brought out on the table with my shop, it was going under, I couldn't get out the driveway. I couldn't see my house. And I had just talked to Joey Avery 45 minutes earlier about a road in my district, so the EMS people had to back out, or park was that back out, because someone at the end, if anybody turn around on the grass. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. I thought, well, what's different between warning, what's different between watch, because they had phones going on. Well, it was about 4 minutes later, he told me, I got a warning. About 4 minutes later, I called him back, and I said, I don't know the difference. Where I'm getting there, and it wasn't just my place, it wasn't just a few minutes later. Greg Landry and Joe Avery and volunteers, my apartment, they were on the spot. One volunteer fireman that went home and got his own gun in, like a night, $100,000 quit. Come out, who used it, as far as I know, he had like, fuel or anything, but what I'm saying, put our first responders up against, but
I'll second. Ms. Andrews.
I am so glad that we have received our information from the Census Bureau regarding the population of Lawrence County. And we have something to look forward to. So I'm hoping everyone can view the newspaper to see what the numbers are and are ready to look at us when we start redistricting our county. We ask for your participation and your voice. So just be on the lookout for those things. We'll try to keep you in mind of what's happening. Thank you much.
Mr. Carroll.
Yeah, just a couple things. Good presentations tonight, all the way around, everything. It's important to hear everything that we've heard tonight. Lawrence County is poised for growth. Dr. Brown was 100% right in what he saw and his comments against what he might have been prepared to say. What he saw as a presentation and what he did say is we have everything we need to take off and be as successful as we can possibly be. And we have to be good leaders during that time and make good decisions about what we do as we grow and how we grow. We'll see projects taking place quickly now with the approval of the airport project, the courthouse proceedings as they move forward. Our capital penny projects are going to start popping out of the ground. We're going to see things, and that's going to be exciting. Not without concerns for the community. We have to be mindful of what happens when we grow, but I'm excited about that. Thank everybody for the public comment. Truly, I do appreciate that. I had an opportunity over this past week to meet and discuss issues about a fire department in my district. The Young's Community Board is working really hard to address some staffing concerns they have, and I'm proud to work with them, and they're doing good work, but our community is taken care of. If there's any concerns, the county and the volunteer fire departments that neighbor Young's community where I live are stepping up, and we're covered. So we are moving through some issues, but we have a great board and they're working to solve some problems. So it's just a good time to be in government in Lawrence County, and we can make some good strides. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. I'll be brief. Well, I didn't mention it earlier, and I apologize, Greg, but I do want to thank you personally for your going out of your way on this grant. You and many of our other employees often go after these grants, which keeps taxpayers in Lawrence County from having to take care of those issues. The breathing apparatuses that's covering are much needed for all our departments, but we do appreciate you soliciting grants to help cover those funds. And that's all I have for this evening. We do have some executive session matters. So I will call for a motion to enter into executive session for the purpose of human resources, employment matters, economic development briefing, and legal briefing on fire service. Do I have a motion?
Motion to move to executive session.
Carol, second by Mr. Raymond. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. 6-0 will reconvene executive session at 7:40. Thank you.
Yeah, second by everybody, yeah.
Y'all must have a life. All right, we're back on there. All right. Time is now 9:35. I'll call this meeting of council back into open session. In executive session, we discussed three matters. Human resources appointment matters, economic development briefing, and legal briefing related to fire service. No action was taken in executive session, but I'll now open the floor should any council member desire to make a motion.
Mr. Chairman, in the budget process, we contracted with Evergreen Solutions to do a rate study for our employees. The rate study's been presented, and I move that we implement their recommendations as we budgeted for it in the budget sessions. That the rates will be in effect for the pay period, which is paid September the 24th. Some people begin on Sunday night, some people on Monday, but the paycheck that goes out on September 24th will reflect the new pay rates. And there should be no changes in of the status of employees until the rates are imposed. So nobody can change their status in the next 2 weeks, so that we'll have a chance to make the full changeover. That's the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilman Trill, seconded by Councilmember Carroll. Is there any further discussion on that matter? I'll just say before we go, thank you, Casey, for all your hard work, and thank Evergreen Solutions for all their hard work, as well as our county employees. Jeff said it best a few months back. Often we say thank you, but tonight we're saying thank you, and this pay rate should be substantial for majority of our employees. I hope this shows gratitude of our appreciation and better recognition for their service to this county. We thank you all for all you do every day. Department heads, if you do have questions, please contact Casey. He'll best explain them to you as he can. So with that being said, if there's no further discussion, we will take a vote. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Motion passes 6-0. Congratulations. All right, if there is no further business, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion by Mr. Rankin, second by Mr. Carroll. All those in favor? 6-0.